I want to take the honor to welcome us all this morning to our Pioneer Students Orientation, or our inaugural orientation for the Haki Institute. You are all most welcome. I want to take the honor to welcome all our students from the various countries who are here. We've seen colleagues from Zimbabwe, Kenya, Cameroon, Tanzania, but also students from different parts of this country, hailing from Chegezi, the north part, the eastern part, and all other places of this country. So we want to welcome you and want to thank you for making it here in time. As our program is, we were supposed to start at 9 sharp, but a few things we are being put in order. So we'll be starting officially in the next 10 minutes, but I want to have the honor to welcome you. My co-MC for today, Lenny Sharon Pamela, where are you? Okay, Lenny is there, will be our co-MC for today. Before you is Muhomza, Abdul Karim is my name. I head public relations and marketing at the Haki Institute. We want to thank you for responding to our call. Most of you have been part of this journey of starting the Institute, not just by applying to be part of the inaugural or the flagship programs of the bachelor's and the postgraduate in sexual and reproductive health, but I see so many faces who have been part of our short courses that have been running for the last couple of years. I want to welcome Professor Joshua Dambisya. We are happy to have you here on this day. I want to welcome Ms. Fatia Kiyanje, the ED for Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. We'll be having our chair for the Board of Trustees joining us and the Vice Chancellor. And once they join us, we'll be beginning officially. At the moment, allow me to take you quickly through how our day is going to run for today. So we'll have an opening in a few minutes by our chair of the board, and then we'll have some remarks from the Vice Chancellor of the Haki Institute. And later on, we'll be having a few remarks from the management of the Haki Institute, looking at the academic registrar, looking at the deans of the various schools. And then later after break, we'll be having a couple of heads from the different departments. And then in the afternoon, basically we'll be focusing on the registration of the students, but also understanding our environment. You've been seeing our adverts talking about our conducive environment for the Selene learning. So today is the opportunity for you to interact with the environment for your studying for the next couple of time. So ladies and gentlemen, you are warmly welcome to Haki Institute, and please feel at home. DJ, you can entertain us for the next 5 minutes, and then we'll come the official opening.
and everything is right. The gentle way you look at me when we kiss goodnight. You've given me the freedom no other love has known. And now I thank you, girl. Thank you, girl. Thank you, girl. Thank you, girl. Countless ways you've touched my heart. It's more than I can say. The beauty that you've shown to me takes my breath away. A picture perfect painting. That's what our love is. And yes, I need you so. And now I know. I will stand before God, give you all that I've got. I can promise you I'll be true. I reveal here and now as we both take this vow. I am so in love with you. You're taking my heart with you. You're breaking my heart in two. If you only stay, I promise you the world. So please don't ever go away. No. I know it's late, but I had to tell you what's been on my mind. I will care for you, you will care for me. Our love will live forever. Shower me with your love. Shower me with the love that I long for. Shower me with your love. Shower me with the love I've been waiting for. My love drops down to the time, and in you I find the reason to keep trying. Baby, let me take you. A taste of heaven. I'm gonna love you 24/7. Let me show you, yeah. I love you, always. I love you, hold you, baby, day and night. Memphis, ring, I pledge, I will be the way. I will be the very I will always.
I guess you're not truly African until you tap a microphone to know whether it's working or not. Good morning once again. Good morning once again. We need to see those warm smiles and loud voices. Good morning. My name is Sharon Pamela Lenny, as introduced earlier, and it's my singular pleasure to see you all, our students. Are you happy to see us all? Thank you. So I just wanted to make an announcement. We have places of convenience. When you step out and reach the registration tent, on your left, you'll go directly up, and then you will see a signpost directing you to the places of convenience. In case you need any additional support, you can still reach the tent or any of the AHAKI staff that you've already seen to support you in whatever it is that you'll need help with. So, as we wait for the Vice Chancellor, and the chairperson of the board, we are interested in knowing your expectations and what drove you to apply to Afya na Haki Institute. Permit me to dictate. I will randomly pick on a couple of our students to kindly share what is that thing that inspired you to come to AHAKI. We're good? I remember seeing Teta. I don't know if Teta is here. Teta? Well, I think she hasn't arrived yet. So, Haura, can you please have the honor to start us off with what drove you to coming to Afya na Haki?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to us. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Haula Nalubega, and I work with Islamic Women Initiative for Justice, Law, and Peace. First of all, AHAKI has done us good. Yes, we are partners, but we are benefiting a lot from what they give us. And when it comes to education, I've been through certain studies, certain certificates, but the more you learn about sexual reproductive health and justice, and again, knowing what you're implementing later on, doing justice to the people you're representing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Haura. So you've already heard from Haura that she's one of our implementing partners. For the students who have not interfaced broadly with what AHAKI does, there is work we do with civil society organizations, and IWILAP is one of our partners. And AHAKI has a pillar that focuses on enhancing capacities of African organizations. And that's why she's also part of this cohort. Thank you so much, Haura. Our next speaker will be this beautiful lady with a pink veil. Please introduce yourself and tell us why you chose Afya na Haki.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Mading Halima, also a member of Islamic Women's Initiative for Justice, Law, and Peace. What inspired me to join AHAKI is because of the courses that are offered. I grew up wanting to do sexual and reproductive health and knowing more about sexual and reproductive health. So AHAKI came as the roadmap to what I wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We hear words like roadmap. I have a soft spot for women, but I feel like we need to also hear men speak and introduce themselves. So I will come to the gentleman in blue. Kindly introduce yourself and what inspired you to join AHAKI.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ronald Atwijushere, and I work with Rushahan Uganda as a peer educator. So the reason as to why I had to grab this opportunity of coming here is to get more knowledge about the sexual health and reproductive, as you always do it to our places. In organization, we always say that they are young people for young people, so I need to go back and advocate for my young people as I implement what I'm supposed to do to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ronald. And indeed, you will be a better person and a better implementer when you leave Afya na Haki, because our goal is to empower you, to also empower other young people. Thank you so much. I have 3 tables, so I will have one person per table to speak. Pamela, my namesake. Please introduce yourself and what inspired you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Pamela Nahura, and I work with the Center for Health and Human Rights Development. And what inspired me to apply for this course, first of all, I think for the last 3 years, I've been doing work in sexual and reproductive health, but it is work that I started doing on job. And I felt this is an opportunity for me to get the actual skill, get the knowledge, such that even as we continue to implement, I am able to do that which I am exactly supposed to be doing. So for me, this was the opportunity to apply and actually get that knowledge. So that is what inspired me.
Thank you so much, Pamela, for highlighting that. I think the novelty in Afya na Haki's course right now is professionalizing advocacy. Many of us learn this on job, but here you're going to be able to get a qualification which is certified by the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, and you can present it wherever to show that you're actually an advocate that is professional. Yes. You seem to be very interested in the conversation, and we are honored to hear what inspired you to come to AHAKI.
Good morning. My name is Agnes Frida Lanyero from South Sudan. I'm a midwife, 10 years old in practice. And when I saw this, trust me, I was amazed. And I felt I'm home, and I believe I'm home as far as this course is concerned, because I've seen a lot that women need. I've seen a lot that we need to do for the young ones. I've seen a lot that needs us to advocate so that we really change. For example, the teenage pregnancies, the cancer screening, the family planning, and others that need the justice bit as well. So I really feel I'm in the right place and eager to learn more and have the paper accredited, and I'm walk out as one of the advocates and make it that change. I want to be that game changer in regards to sexual and reproductive health. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have service delivery courses as well, and it is such an exciting thing that we have a midwife among us. Definitely one of the Afrocentric values will rub off as you learn at AHAKI, and we hope that that will be passed on to the patients that you will be handling. At this juncture, I would like to hand over to my co-MC, Karim, to take us over to the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lenny, and thank you, our students, dear students, for those sharing your perspectives, but also your expectations. We look forward to journeying with you as we inaugurate the AHAKI Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Professor Ben Tunomugisha, the chair for the Board of Trustees, AHAKI Institute. You're most welcome, Prof. At the same time, I welcome the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mulumba Moses. We are happy to have you in the house. I want also to recognize the various governing council members who are here with us today. Dr. Maria Nassari, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. I also want to thank again Professor Joshua Dambisa for accepting to be with us today as we begin the journey with the students here. I recognize all the faculty who are here, the management of AHAKI Institute, and so our other distinguished guests and students as we open up officially the orientation day for Haki Institute. Adalia took us through the program, and for purposes of time, I want us to run by the schedule. On that note, we are going to officially begin with the national anthem for Uganda, and then also the Haki Institute anthem. Are we set? So we'll have the East African anthem, we'll have the national anthem, and then the Haki Institute anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand and begin the anthem.
Omba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Twasimama imara kwako, kupigwa mkuu kwa afya na haki, kwa mioyo iliyoungana, huruma na utu, kwa afya na haki, fahari ya Afrika. Tafiti za kina, elimu daima, twakuza ari, uwafani tukufu, uwezo wa Afrika, twakuza kwa bidii, kwa afya na haki. The African we cry, haki, twasimama imara kwako, ubingwa mkuu kwa afya na haki, kwa mioyo iliyoungana, huruma na utu, kwa afya na haki, fahari ya Afrika. Twafunza tujifunza kwa wingi tamaduni, twafika anga
Thank you very much. We can take our seats. Thank you, DJ, for supporting us on that. I think there was a technical glitch. We missed out seeing the anthem for the institute. I want to encourage our dear students to visit our website and interact with that anthem as much as you can, at least in your first weeks, to be able to understand what the anthem is about, but also to ensure that you live with it, because its conceptualization is rooted in our own concept of Afrocentrism. So we hope that you will be able to interact with our anthem and move with it forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to waste any more time. I want to take the honor to welcome the chairperson of the Board of Trustees, Professor Ben Chinomudisha, to come and officially open for us this day. Thank you very much.
The members of the Board of Trustees who may be here or in absentia, the chairperson, Governing Council of Afya na Haki, and the members of the Governing Council, the Vice Chancellor of Ahaki, and management, including the Dean of the school, the Dean of Students, the faculty, those who will be teaching on the Bachelor's of Sexual and Reproductive Health and Postgraduate Diploma in Sexual and Reproductive Health, the Executive Director or the members of the Board of Directors of our sister organization, Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, CEHAD, which is across here, and the Executive Director, Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. I think I saw her here. The management there in the institute. Then the management of Ahaki, the organization. The students, and then the parents or guardians who may be here, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ben Kiromba Twinomugisha. I'm a teacher for almost 40 years, and I chair the Board of Trustees for this organization and also for Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. I greet you all in your various capacities, religions, consciences, or no religions and no consciences, but the consciences must be there. I believe this is an important chapter in your lives. It reminds me of the first day of my orientation at Makerere University for my first year in 1982 in February, when I did not know what to expect. But lucky for you, a number of you have been in this process. Those who have degrees, those who have diplomas, or any other certificates, you have been oriented to what the programs or courses you are supposed to handle. Ahaki, which is an abbreviation for Afya na Haki, a Swahili term that means health and social justice, is an African Institute of Higher Learning, offering specialized progress in health and social justice through an Afrocentric and interdisciplinary approach. Those who I will teach on Thursday, we shall have 3 hours from 9 around 12, interrogating or having a conversation, no PowerPoint, but a conversation on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approaches to sexual and reproductive health. We shall do it slowly, systematically, but we shall have a discussion of all those approaches, at least the major ones, so that by the time you go deeper into the courses you are to handle, you are conversant with these approaches, whether it is public health, whether it is human rights, whether it is sociology, history, Afrocentrism, etc. We shall have a conversation of that. The vision of the Institute is an African institution of higher learning, nurturing multidisciplinary professionals in health and social justice. And the mission is to provide an integrated Afrocentric and interdisciplinary approach to teaching, learning, and research in health and social justice, transforming health systems. I don't want you to jump out of here when you hear the word Afrocentric, because you'll hear it several times. But we recognize that we have received a number of concepts, philosophies concerning health and social justice generally, and sexual and reproductive health in particular. But here we want to go further, deeper, using what we call an Afrocentric approach by looking at African solutions to African problems, and looking at positive narratives which our continent has gone through in respect of these aspects of sexual and reproductive health. What happened, for example, during the pre-colonial era, before the colonialists came and brought in religions like Christianity and even later Islam? What happened in the area of social justice? You have heard of Ubuntu Bulamu in Uganda here, for example. How did people handle issues like teenage pregnancy? Was there anything concerning contraception, for example? What about issues like abortion? How were they handled? When colonialism came, what has been its impact? What was its impact at that time? And how can we ensure that the post-colonial period that we have gone through, or we are even still in, handles these issues of sexual and reproductive health? So with your faculty, you'll be able to interrogate some of these issues. And even taking sexual and reproductive health from the theory to what we call the praxis or practice. How do you advocate for these issues? The motto is nurturing multidisciplinary professionals. We want you to get out of here moving beyond the theory of sexual and reproductive health, or even beyond the language of rights, so that you are able to explain to somebody deeper in a rural area about these issues in a confident way. The values are excellence. We promote excellence, integrity, and integrity will also apply to your studies. We take the question of integrity very, very seriously. For example, now we have a chairperson of our Research Ethics Committee of the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. Joshua, can you stand up? So for any research in this institute or elsewhere which will be carrying out later, it will go through that process. If you have been engaged in cheating, academic cheating, what we call plagiarism, then the committee will get you. So we promote integrity in all forms, including academic integrity. Innovation. We don't want to continue regurgitating what others have put forward. We also want to come up with our own views. Africans also think, and especially the Black Africans, they think we should not only rely on what the Eurocentric perspectives are. If it is feminism we are talking about in terms of sexual reproductive health, what have Afrofeminism scholars said? Do we have philosophers at the grassroots? That rural woman at the grassroots, the traditional birth attendant, how did she handle women? Does she have knowledge? Is she a knowledge depository from whom we can learn? In Uganda here, for example, in Zambia, we had a pharmacopoeia, some pharmacy experts before colonialists came. You are going to learn about many things, which we shall interrogate. Diversity. AHAKI takes into account various I don't know what word I can use, but we take on students and faculty regardless of race, regardless of class, regardless of heights, regardless of gender, regardless of sex, regardless of sexual orientation, regardless of gender identity. So AHAKI is an institution for all, and we expect you to expose yourself, to display those values. Do not create stigma for others, discrimination against others. The critical aspect is, if you are a God-fearing person as I am, all of us are created by God, and we are human beings. That's the important thing. All of us are what? Human beings, man or woman, or whatever characteristic. Pan-Africanism, and then Ubuntu. I have talked about Ubuntu. You have heard Ubuntu. Those I will teach on Thursday, we shall tackle that. I am because we are. You have heard of that, not so? I am because we are. Since we are. Since I am, therefore we are. Eh? So we look at a human being in totality. If a girl becomes pregnant in senior 2, okay, should you send her out of school and say she'll never come back? Is that Ubuntu? Is that Ubuntu Bulamu? Is that Ubuntu? So we shall look at those aspects. So we use the Ubuntu lens to analyze sexual and reproductive health issues. So we expect you to embrace academic challenges and opportunities. The challenges will be there. I've been in class for very many years, for all my degrees, bachelor's, master's, PhD. There's nothing that is easy. There will be challenges and opportunities. Even if you have never studied deeply sexual and reproductive health aspects, or even including rights, we have a faculty that are competent enough to impart knowledge and skills, including advocacy, in these areas. And I can assure you, you will leave AHAKI not only as a holder of a certificate, but as a practitioner and advocate of these rights, and to use Trump's word, who has never been seen in this world. We shall here promote critical thinking, critical and creative thinking. We shall ask the questions why, what, where, when. We shall be inquisitive in our teaching and learning. Problem solving. I believe in Uganda and even other countries in Africa, there is a wave of what they call competence-based learning. So your faculty or teachers may send you even into the field to carry out research and apply the theoretical aspects of sexual and reproductive health into practice, and even learn from the grassroots. So we encourage intellectual curiosity. Put your faculty, your lecturers to task. Read about something and challenge us. We emphasize time management, discipline, and perseverance. Where you don't understand or where you have challenges, my dear students, seek support and guidance from faculty, from the teachers, from the management, from the administrators. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Mulumba, his office is open. Contact him, contact the deans. But try to balance studies with work. You have work, a good number of you have come here as students, but you work elsewhere. Don't abandon your work because you need the money, not only for the tuition here and upkeep, but also for your maintenance. And I know and believe some of you have families. So try to balance studies with work. I've already said you need to embrace diversity and inclusivity as you are here. And take care of your well-being, personal well-being, and mental health. There are times when programs like these may raise questions in your mind when they become difficult. Because I'm telling you, at some stage they will be difficult because that's what courses are, that's what programs are. I've gone through that. And at times you say, why did I enroll for this? And you are likely to be stressed, even anxious, and even depression. I don't want you to go through that. Take care of your mental health and well-being. You know that there is a season for everything. This one will also pass. When I have a challenge, I always say, it will soon pass. Never be burdened by challenges, including academic challenges. It will pass. You should always say, I have gone through harder things. Remember, you did exams at nursery. Those who did nursery, I didn't do it. Primary 7, or in other places, primary, high school, you have gone, university, some of you have gone there. The lady with a midwife, you have done midwife exams. So if you have gone through that, then even these ones, you even do this and pass. Try to dream big. Let this be a standard foundation. If you get a postgraduate diploma, dream big. You say, I'll do a bachelor's. When you finish the bachelor's, dream big. You say, I'll do a master's. I will do a PhD. But as you do those programs, as I have said, don't forget your work. Whether it is formal, whether it is informal, whether it is farming, etc. You must balance academic with work. Because if you're a professor like me, and you don't have some money, we want you to have the papers and also have some money. Set manageable ambitions in your daily work as you study. And I know the Vice Chancellor is going to explain this in detail. And I am married to one wife. My wife has sent you greetings. She's the most important person in my life. And those who are married here, a person who sees you naked every day, every night, is the most important person in your life. I wish you the best here and happy stay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ben, for those comments. Thank you so much, Professor Ben, for those wonderful comments. Professor Ben taught me at Makerere University, and I think he has over 30 years on his sleeves of experience. So to the students here, you're in safe hands if you're wondering about legitimacy. So before I introduce our next speaker, I would like to acknowledge the students that are online. We have colleagues following us on YouTube and on Zoom. We equally welcome you, and we hope that you're following the proceedings step by step, and that the boundaries and being physical here will not deter all the good words that are being spoken, which we assume will guide you throughout your studies. So the next speaker is well read. He has academic accolades to show for that. I'm sure he wouldn't want me to dwell much on that. He has litigated in the field of health in Uganda. He has founded and led institutions that have led advocacy and spearheaded initiatives for social justice, not only in Uganda, on the continent, and world over. Our next speaker is also the Director General of Afya na Haki. And for the students, I think you will interface with Afya na Haki while you're doing your community engagement during the course. And finally, for the context that brings us here, he's the Vice Chancellor of Afya na Haki. Please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Moses Mulumba to speak to you all.
Professor Ben and your wife, allow me stand on the protocol that you have already provided, but also acknowledge that there are many stakeholders that we have with us beyond the students. Our dear students, this is not just an orientation for you, but it is a very important moment for us as Afya na Haki and the Haki Institute and our sister organization, the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. And I'll speak a little bit about that, such that you get to know the context. I was in a similar class like you are today, close to 25 years ago, and at a time had enrolled to do my Bachelor of Laws in Makerere. I finished that, did the bar course. Before the bar course got finalized, I applied to do the Masters in Law, the LLM, in Makerere. That was a few weeks before my final exams at LDC. Finished that. In fact, I finished the first year before that ended. I had applied for Masters of Health Sciences in Stellenbosch. Went for that. At the same time I was writing my dissertation for the LLM, I was doing the Masters in Health Sciences at Stellenbosch. Fast forward, I did my PhD at the University of Ghent in health sciences. When someone asks me who I am, it's difficult for me to say I'm a lawyer. I found myself more of a public health practitioner. And this is very important for this course because I have had situations of students that I have taught, I have supervised in search of career progression and defining what their career is, despite the primary degrees that they did. One of the hardest things that I have found is to define a discipline where I actually say that I belong, because my primary training was very different from my practice. When I was writing my 2 masters at the same time, the dissertations, the masters in law dissertation required a methodology that was not more than 2 pages. Professor Ben was one of my supervisors. And even 2 pages for a law student, for methodology, you've written a lot. In the same year, I was writing my MPhil thesis, and the supervisor required me to write 30 pages of a methodology. So this is how complex academics can sometimes be. And this is how complex disciplines can actually be. In the world of science, anything that sometimes cannot be explained scientifically is very difficult to justify. So we've spent part of our time justifying a lot of important work, social work, policy analysis work, in the eyes of science. Because science requires that you have some scientific clinical studies that are done in order for you to say that this is a result. And yet very many people play a very important role in health sciences without necessarily going through the clinical studies. So part of the journey as I was studying was to practice. First as a legal practitioner for some years, and then secondly as a civil society activist, and now the last 1 year I've been in Texas as an associate professor. The practice has been purely academic work. You can do all this, but you need to define what your path is. And I always tell people, and I know some of you already have first degrees, first diplomas, the first study and first qualification is important, but should never define your career path. What am I saying? In 2009, towards the end of the year, it occurred to us that health systems needed a lens that was not medical, but also that was not necessarily social, but a justice lens. In many cases, when we think about health systems, we think that it is the government that is responsible, and within government, we look at two things. We look at the legislature and the executive. And we forget about the judiciary. So we started work that was to take forward social justice, but this time engaging the judiciary more. And that's how the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development was formed. Many of you have interacted with it directly, or you have interacted with its work. And I always remind colleagues at CEHAD that our vision and mission has never changed. We are a social justice institution that looks at the intersection between law and health systems. Anything that you do outside that is not a vision of CEHAD. And it's very important that that intersection is not missed, because that's the value add. And that's the value add that you're certainly going to see in the courses that you have enrolled for. Parents have been calling and wondering, my child wants to be a lawyer like you, so is that a law degree? Or is that a law diploma? And I've said, it's not law, but it has law in it. You are going to see this. Many of your faculty have had a law background. So, we really welcome you. We are very excited to welcome you to join us in this. Since the formation of CEHAD, a lot of work has been done and acknowledged, not just in Uganda, but world over. The vision, as I said, was to look at the intersection between law and health systems, and that has continued to be. And CEHAD has famously said, they are pioneering the justiciability, the right to health. We made a decision, together with the Board of Trustees, to now begin thinking about an African-focused institution that does capacity enhancement, but also generates knowledge. And that's how AHAKI became to be. The interest of AHAKI was not to do frontline work that CEHAD does. In fact, we don't. But we work with partners, including CEHAD, to do that. Ours has been to think about unpacking work on health, human rights, and sexual reproductive health and rights in a manner that enables Africans to improve health systems. And one of those things that has been done is the development of the AHAKI Institute as an academic institute, to which you belong as students. Grounding is very important. And over the last years, with many of the people around, in the Board of Trustees and the staff, we have grounded ourselves in what we define as Afrocentric approaches. And this is dear to Africa, because Africa has spent so many years being told that what it had was bad. A few weeks ago, Dr. Lwanga, who is part of your faculty, challenged us. And he said, What do we call angels in Luganda, those that speak Luganda? And we all answered Malaika. Malaika is not a Luganda word. On that day, I also realized that, in fact, Malaika is not a Luganda word. Malaika is Swahili, is Arab. And we tried to find out what actually Malaika is in Luganda, and we couldn't. And I've seen Dr. Ranga around. If I am mistaken, you'll correct me. He vehemently said that the Luganda word for angels is a misambwa. That's a very heavy word. And he insisted. In fact, Professor Ben said, I will not agree with you on that. So that's how difficult some of the African words and African things have been degraded. To even say a word angel in our local language is an abomination. But do we know it? Do we think about it? We've had mothers being delivered by traditional birth attendants for so many years. But the documentation has not been there. In fact, WHO came up and passed a policy at one time and said, let's find a way in which we give up on traditional birth attendants. And it backfired. And they had to find a way in which they actually bring them back into the health systems, but ask them to do a referral and make sure that things work. So, understanding Africa and African approaches is part of the thing that is very important to think through the decolonial lens. And we need to challenge ourselves. We need to be grounded as Africans. We need to be grounded. And I've always given examples. When you go to register at Uganda Christian University, whether you like it or not, you have to have an understanding of Islamic religion. There are even courses there in Islamic religion. If you go to register in other universities, without giving more examples, there are things that you get grounded in. IUIU. Whether you like it, you have to do Islam. At UCU, whether you like it, you have to do Christianity. We believe that one of the things that we need to do is to get back to understand our history as Africans. There is history in health systems. There is history on why nursing is as it is. There is value in understanding African institutions. The African Union has many resolutions. We never get into that. There are so many African individuals that have done work. We don't cite them in work, in our research. Our call is to first come back on the continent and understand what is positive on the continent that we can build on. So that grounding is going to be important in the courses that we want you to inquire into our cultures. What were the things that happened? Last week we were having a litigation baraza, and we had visitors. I was seated close to Honorable Winnie Byanyima, and she said, but you talk about litigations and suing and this. Didn't we have a form of African way of resolving challenges of sexual reproductive health and rights? Can we think about those African ways? Didn't we have institutions, formal and informal, that were useful? Of course, we had the bad ones. But what about the positive ones? Do we understand them? These are things that we need to think about. It doesn't mean that the studies are just about that. But as we study the Eurocentric models, as we study everything else, we need to be critical and understand why some things are the way they are. Many societies are the way they are in terms of health because of the history that they have gone through. So I'm so happy today that we have the first two courses and that you have enrolled for these courses. Very surprising for us when we applied to the National Council for Higher Education. We said we can manage 110 students. We received close to 500 applications. So we couldn't take on everyone. So everyone that applied is not here. We only took on the number that we told the National Council for Higher Education we could. And these applications came from 32 African countries. So you have people following that are not in Uganda. We also have people in this room that are not from Uganda. So it's not just a Ugandan course. There are people from Rwanda. I don't know if they made it. Do we have them? Some of them we are supposed to be traveling. We have people from Zimbabwe. We have people from Senegal. We have people from Kenya. We have people from Malawi, Tanzania, to mention but a few. So we had 32 countries apply to join the course. And more interestingly is the fact that the postgraduate course attracted more students. 292 students applied for a postgraduate course. 153 came for the bachelor's. Out of these, we still had more female apply for the courses. You should clap for the female. So there is need, and this is the first year. There is need for the courses. So you're not just going to have faculty from Uganda, but your faculty is coming from all over. Some of them are very highly placed individuals. Professor Yoshua, who is part of us, has taught all over for many years. Anand Guva, a former special rapporteur on the right to health, is part of the faculty that we have. So many faculty members that are not just Ugandan. I also want to let you know that these courses that you're going to be doing, that your pioneer students do, are just the beginning. As the Haki Institute, we've already applied to the National Council for Higher Education for more courses on community health, on digital health, on public health, and service delivery courses like nursing and midwifery, which are going to be part of the institute. So the institute is a specialized institute that sits in between health systems and social justice. So anything that is around that are courses that we are looking at. We have work on almost 4 courses on mental health that are being developed. These are courses that are contextual to the African continent. They are courses that are being defined to align with the African needs and the changing paradigm on the African continent. As I said before, the effort is to ensure that we have multidisciplinary professionals. You've had a midwife from South Sudan. I know part of those that applied for the courses have an economic background. Some of the students have a finance background. Others are social scientists. Others are lawyers. So you're going to have some of the most interesting classes. People are not just coming from one direction. We also have a very interesting dynamic of people that had diplomas before. They have been practicing for 5-10 years. Now want to do a bachelor's. We also have those that have already been having a bachelor's and they are making a shift. So it's going to be a multidisciplinary kind of training, and we believe that once we are grounded there, we should be able to tackle the ethical, equity, and other issues that are important for the health systems in Africa. Our curriculum is diverse and reflects the current needs in the policy landscape. We believe that you should be practical. We are not going to adopt the past colonial way of teaching, of lectures. We are going to have fellowships. You're going to have placement. We are going to have exchange visits. There is going to be community interactions. Those that are interested in ICT, they are innovation hubs that are part of the courses. They are youth hubs that we've worked on and inbuilt as part of the courses. But this is going to depend on you. Because while they are compulsory courses that you'll be attending, there are going to be these innovations where we are going to be engaging strictly our students. And once we pass a call for people that are interested in a fellowship, it's up to you to apply. They are going to be competitive. But they will expose you. There will be opportunities for you to look at things differently. Our interest is to make sure that the student that graduates through the Haki Institute is a practical student that is capable of adding value to the work in the health systems. We are committed to social transformation. We are committed to ensuring that our policies are not the traditional policies, and the people that we churn out are actually people that are grounded in dynamic policies. We are committed to the decolonization discourse. We will challenge ourselves. We will work with you. We believe that some of the new ideas are with you. We will develop your ideas. We will work with you. We will not have a big number of students, but the few of you that we have, we shall ensure that we use the current partnerships that we have, we use the current research projects that we have, we use the current community projects that we have to make you be practical. We have so many people that fly in from out and come to this country for placements. And many of the students that we have in Uganda sometimes end up just attending the theoretical courses and they don't get the practical courses. We'll challenge that kind of approach. The partnerships that we already have, and we were very intentional. I know that some of the partners have students with us. Rahu, I've had some students that are already connected to Rahu. Reach a hand, Uganda. Sehad, as we said, Iwilap, I've also had some students here. and several other partners. We already have those partnerships. We shall capitalize on those. We are therefore honored to walk this journey with you. We have put the infrastructure in place and will continue building and improving on that infrastructure. As our inaugural students, you'll have the best. We are committed to this. We are not here to try out. We are here to do what we have seen. Some of us have been exposed. Your faculty has really been exposed in the best institutions that you can think about. All that you're seeing, that you're interacting with, are people that we've taken through training and we've sent to trainings on the African continent, but also outside the continent. So you're going to have the best. I can go on and on and on. My assurance to you, as students, as parents, is that Afya na Haki, or the Haki Institute, is here to ensure that when you're out, you're ready for deployment. Again, allow me to end by thanking our Board of Trustees, chaired by Professor Ben Chinomgisha, our Governing Council, chaired by Dr. Olaro from the Ministry of Health, and other council members who are here. Dr. Maria Nasali, thank you so much. Ms. Nul Nachibuka, thank you so much for not just being part of the governance, but also being very active in what we do. I want to thank our REC members, Professor Yoshua. The research component is one of those that we want to focus on. So Professor Yoshua Dambisha, thank you so much for agreeing to chair the REC. Dr. Chibira, I know you're here. And other members, we really want to thank you. Our partners, as I indicated, Sehad, the executive director, is here. Thank you so much, Ms. Fatia. And the faculty team. Can I ask part of the faculty to just wave that are here? So we have quite a number who are there, and you'll be interacting with them throughout the day and throughout the week. On behalf of the staff of the Haki Institute, I really want to thank you and give you that assurance that we shall be as effective as we've tried to be in your application process throughout your studies, and we encourage you to work hard. But as Professor Ben has said, please take care of your mental health. I know that part of academic work can be mind-blowing. You will read a lot, you will be exposed a lot, but also make sure that you play as part of the studies. Thank you very much, and we wish you good luck.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Mulumba, for capturing the essence of a Haki in the shortest time possible. At this point, we recognize that many of you got here so early and you have probably not had anything to eat. And we would like to invite you to a tea break, which will last about 15 minutes. Please allow me to remind you that the places of convenience are just on my left. As you get out, you'll just move to the left and you'll see signposts directing you to the places of convenience. On my left, again, just on the side of the tent, that's where the teas are being served. And at this moment, I would like to introduce Maria and Claire, who are going to guide us through this next session of Health Break. We will start with our table where Mr. Sereko Ibrahim is seated. And this is just in the spirit of Ubuntu. We need to honor our elders. I hope you don't see it as discrimination. Yes, so our 15-minute break starts now, and see you soon. Stretch and greet each other, network, and we'll be back at exactly, let me see. We'll be back at 11, right? Yes, we'll be back at 11.
I can see the colors of the rainbow, and I can feel the sun on my face. I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I can feel heaven in this place, and that's the sign of a victory. That's a sign of a victory. I can feel the spirit of the nations, and I can feel my wings riding the wind. Yeah, I see the finish line just up ahead now, and I can feel it rising deep within, and that's the sign of a victory. That's the sign of a victory. Now I can see the distance of your journey, and how you fought with all your might. You open your eyes.
reproductive justice. Even
You know I'm coming over, right? Now, baby, tell me what you want to do. You got an eye for me already, baby?
in a way that everyone would understand, in a way that every African would actually relate to what they were talking about. They made sure to also give concrete examples about different countries in Africa and to also use different case studies and organizations in order to illuminate some phenomena. My name is Nomazwe Magdebo. I'm from Zimbabwe. I am an alumni for the advanced short course on
Hello, everyone. My name is Eno Awa George Stevens. Very long name. I'm from Cameroon. Medical doctor, clinical sexologist, and a student for the postgrad diploma program. Yeah, quite happy to be here.
All the way from Cameroon, round of applause. We thank you for getting on that flight to join us, to be here with us physically. We have Simon. Simon. Don't feel shy. This is a platform for confidence. Tell us about yourself, where you're from.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Elibariki Simon. I'm from Tanzania. I'm very happy to be here. I have been interacting with a lot of people here. And the fun thing is I've been enjoying Uganda since I came here on Saturday. The weather is treating me very well. Compared to Tanzania, it's very hot. So here it's very, very cool. And I'm very happy to join everyone here. So this journey that I have started, I think will take me a very, very far way. I'm working with Young and Alive Initiative, a feminist and youth-led organization in Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can see we have colleagues from all over the continent, and we want to thank you for putting in that time, those resources to make it here to be with us physically for the next 2 weeks. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to get into the next session. Before you, I want to introduce to you a couple of colleagues from faculty, from management, who are going to be leading us in the next session. And I will request them to be joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome they are seasoned experts. They have been in the field of public health, in the field of litigation, but also they are senior academicians, and they are going to be sharing with us more about Ahaki Institute and what it means for us to be commencing our first intake. And I want you to join me to welcome Mr. Baguma Christopher, our academic registrar for Ahaki Institute. Mr. Baguma has been in the field of public health. Some of you here from the civil society fraternity, you must have interacted with him in different capacities, where he has been engaging with many issues to do with public health in the civil society world, but also now here supporting us in the academic world. Allow me to welcome Alima Komhanji, our Dean of Students, senior academician. She has interacted with many of you here. I was shocked she was interacting with some people who she was saying they are her students from so many other spaces. And I'm sure she has interacted with a couple of us in various capacities. We want to thank you for joining us for this discussion. Allow me to welcome Mr. Nsereko Ibrahim. He's our acting dean for School of Health Policy and Administration. Ibrahim, some of you have seen him in the corridors of courts over a decade in the last areas of his engagement at SEHAD and very many other spaces. And today they are here to interact with us and tell us more about the Institute, how we are going to be managing things to do with the registry, the students' welfare, but also how different academic programs are going to be executed. Once again, I want to welcome the faculty, who are some of them under these schools, who joined us along the way. And allow me now to welcome our academic registrar to share with us on how we are going to be running the registry. Please, you're welcome to the podium.
Thank you, MC. Once again, I'm by the names of Baguma Christopher. I think he said the academic registrar, but he forgot one thing. I'm acting. Yeah, allow me to stand on the protocol. that was already set. And I welcome you all to Afya na Haki Institute. As the registrar office, the academic registrar office, we welcome you to Afya na Haki, and we wish you the best in whatever actions and initiatives that you are going to be having here at Afya na Haki. It is with great pride and profound pleasure that I speak to you today on the historic moment of the orientation of the very first cohort of Afya na Haki. You are our very first cohort that will be the ambassadors of Afya na Haki Institute. You are the champions, you will be the advocates that will spread the gospel of Afya na Haki Institute and for the courses that we are going to enroll in this academic year that is starting today. Dear Pioneer students, you have embarked on a journey at a new and ambitious institution. Afya na Haki Institute is an ambitious institution. We were registered not even a few years ago, a year ago, and we are now here rolling out these courses. And as you heard from the Vice Chancellor, more courses are yet to come, and we expect you to be the people outside there telling the world the courses that are being offered at Ahaki Institute. As you begin your academic journey, it's essential for you to understand that the institute, as we run the institute, we shall have policies, procedures, and guidelines. And we expect you to ensure that these guidelines are followed, and these are the policies or frameworks that will guide you in your studies while you are at Afya na Haki Institute. Most of these policies and procedures are really detailed. And as you get your student's handbook, everything relating the institute, how you are supposed to behave at the institute, what are other facilities that you are supposed to enjoy at the institute, you will find all these in your student's handbook. You should know that your admission at Afya na Haki Institute was earned through a rigorous, merit-based process anchored on integrity. As you heard, it was a competitive process. It took us time on who to take and who to leave behind. The National Council of Higher Education limited us with the numbers that we are supposed to accommodate as the institute. So if, as you can hear, out of the 32 countries, out of 510 applications, the admission team went through a rigorous exercise to make sure that whoever is here on merit. What you need to know while at campus, you will find that as we enroll into our academic journey, we have academic regulations that are designed to uphold the highest standards of our studies. And with this, we want to assure you that our academic system is fair, but it's rigorous, aimed at assessing your understanding, analytical skills, and ability to apply the knowledge. As you heard from the Vice Chancellor, you will not come here only to acquire the knowledge as it is, but also you will go with the practical skills. And we want to assure you in the journey of your academics, it will be, it will be a blended in terms of the practical aspect and also the taught aspects in class. But what you need to know, you must attend lectures, you must submit your assignments, and you must meet the deadlines as prescribed in the policies that we have. But beyond that, we know we may have issues here and there concerning our studies. But in the event that you are not able to work towards the deadlines set as the policies, the office is free. Please reach out to us. Our doors are open. You explain and we shall hear you. We are here to walk with you this journey. We don't want anyone to fail, but we want to succeed together. What you should know, as the Institute, we recognize technology advancement. As you've heard, our learning will be blended, 70% online and 30% on-site. So what does this mean? As an institute, we've invested heavily in ICT infrastructure to facilitate the online classes. So the e-learning platforms, even if you are not IT compliant, get rest assured, even by the end of today, you'll have those skills that you'll be able to start interacting with our systems. We are flexible in terms of facilitating your learning, and we will make sure, and I think by the end of today, the IT person will take you through our e-learning system. And the e-learning system is very interactive. I know most of you registered through the system. Is that right? All the application processes were done within the system. That means even our learning will be through the e-learning systems. So we call upon everyone who is here, and more especially those online, any issue you get in terms of the system to facilitate your learning, we have a 24/7 standby support team that will be able to support you in the event that you have difficulties in accessing the system. I know the team will be giving you details as they take you through the system. We are very diverse and flexible. The chair board, as in his opening remarks, he already said it. But as your first time here at campus, most of you are going to study remotely, and others will be here studying at home. It means you will have to balance work and also studies. And this may not stop you into joining some of the activities at campus. I know we shall be having graduation ceremonies. We shall be having other activities at campus. Where need be, if you're available, please participate. But we shall make sure that everyone is invited to participate in this. For the postgraduate students, we know you are working students, but our flexible schedules, we will make sure that we accommodate for you to achieve what you would want to achieve through the flexibilities. We have the Dean of Students, we have the Dean of Faculties, we have the course coordinators. Please utilize all the possible avenues to make sure that we understand each other and we know what exactly is happening on your side. And we know as we live here today, maybe you'll have been introduced to the guild, the one responsible in terms of the students' affairs at campus. As the pioneer students, the class of Haki Institute, you bear a unique and a noble responsibility. Your achievements, challenges, and feedback will shape our policies, our cultures, and reputation of this institution. So what we mean, if anything you see that may improve the institution, it's not a one-way traffic. Please come to us, go to the different offices. They will share their contacts, they will share their emails to make sure that we communicate with you and understand what you are going through, and that will help us be better as the institute. As I end my remarks, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to each one of you for joining Afya na Haki Institute. I urge you to approach your studies with dedication and uphold the Institute's values. The Institute has values, and we believe that when you're at campus, please adhere to those values. As you reach at the office block, you will find those values prescribed, and also these values are within the student's handbook. I urge you, as you leave here, kindly read the student's handbook. It has the details of life at campus and outside campus, and whatever detail you may need from the institution. With that, I welcome you and thank you for trusting Afya na Haki. Thank you for partnering with Afya na Haki. Thank you for being with us today. You're welcome.
Let's give another round of applause to Christopher, our acting academic registrar. In case you have any questions, they will be staying there for a minute or two, and you'll be able to raise them. Allow me to welcome Ibrahim Nsereko, the Dean for School of Health, Policy and Administration.
Thank you, Abdul Karim, for the opportunity to speak the first orientation of Haki Institute. Allow me to also stand on the established protocol. Congratulations, our students. It is historical that you are part of the first intake of the Institute. And since we talk about positive narratives, you've always been the history of the Institute as our inaugural students. I'm not standing here as a litigant or as a lawyer, but as an academician. So don't look at me in the capacity of an imam of a mosque, a lawyer that you see in the corridors. I'm here as the first dean of the School of Health, Policy and Administration. It is an honor for me to serve in that capacity. I'm lucky that I was also the first fellow of the Institute, and I'm also happy to be the first acting dean of the school. It means a lot to me as an individual. So we are delighted that you chose to study at the Institute. There are so many institutions in Uganda, in Africa, and in the world. It's an honor for us that among all those institutions you choose to study in Afya na Haki. And as the School of Health Policy will ensure that we deliver and meet your expectations. We are also happy that you are joining a big community that we are going to be growing over the years. A community that's going to be shaping the future of health systems, the future of our policies in Africa, equity in service delivery, and equity in all our social initiatives in our countries and in our communities. So as a School of Health Policy, actually as the first school of the Institute, we have designed a number of academic programs that are going to respond to the issues that we are grappling with in our different countries and in our communities. Allow me not to mention the issues, but in the course of your study, you'll interface with these issues. You discuss them, you'll find solutions, and be able to uplift and improve your communities. The programs we are offering are not meant to just give you an academic paper, but make you an excellent and a different practitioner in your fields. In our first intake, we have 2 programs as a school. We have a Bachelor's of Sexual Reproductive Health, and I'm happy that we have a number of bachelor students in the room here, but also those that are attending online. Can the bachelor students wave to us? So we have a sizable number here. This program is going to ground you in theory. As academicians, theory is important. But the other blend that we'll add on that program is the practical aspect. It's beyond the theory, but how do we practice what we study? How do we actualize the issues we talk about in the classroom? And using the Afrocentric lens that the Vice Chancellor ably presented. The second program is a postgraduate diploma in sexual reproductive health. Again, in the same vein, can we have the PhD students? Can you wave to us? These are majorly professionals that are already practicing. We want to polish your skills. We want to discuss with you to be able to contribute to policy discussions, shape policies, shape practices, shape the agenda, and reform our health systems and social justice issues in our countries. Like the academic registrar said, you are working, but we also have to perform and achieve academic excellency. We don't expect to have a graduation and have only 3 or 4 students graduating. We would be glad to have the entire class graduate. But as you know, we have to ensure that we safeguard the academic standards. And that's our endeavor as the school, to uphold the academic standards. I would like to assure you that all our programs are accredited, fully accredited by the National Council of Higher Education. And we hope that once you graduate, you'll be able to make that contribution. We have other programs that are before National Council for accreditation under the school, a Bachelor of Health and Social Justice. And this will be critical because it is meant to have an intersection of health, human rights, law, equity, and we hope that students that, especially those that work in the non-government organizations, policymakers, those that do advocacy, community-based initiatives, will be able to benefit from this program because it has an intersection between health and social justice. We also have a number of postgraduate diplomas that are lined up. Postgraduate diploma in health and social justice, postgraduate diploma in community health, postgraduate diploma in community health, global health, digital health, among others. We also have master's programs that we are also concluding the accreditation process, a Master of Health and Social Justice, and a Master of Health Policy and Administration. These are all critical programs that will be part of the school. So we don't expect you to be at the school throughout the semester. We have designed programs to be hybrid. We have a designed schedule for physical classes. And I think this week, the school is going to be busy. We are going to have you here as we register, but also as you have the first interface with your lecturers. But most of the time, you are going to be attending virtually. We have safeguards to ensure that you study, to ensure that you engage in presentations and discussions, to ensure that you deliver your exams. We know AI is at the center of everything now. But I implore you to use AI in a way that will not take away your thought, your initiative, and your excellence. We have systems which detect AI assignments. So if you submit an assignment using AI, we will know the systems are in place. So let's use it in a productive way, other than a way that will be able to take away your academic thought. We have teams that are aligned to support you. during your online studies, but also your physical classes. We have first-class facilities that will make your stay at the campus and enjoy the environment of Nakwero, where our campus is situated. Again, allow me to welcome you officially and thank you for being part of the school. Lastly, the school has a number of initiatives beyond the academic programs. The Vice Chancellor touched on some of them. We don't have an ordinary school or an ordinary faculty, a school that is beyond the program you are attending, but there are a number of benefits that you will get as a student in our school. You have mentorships. I see a number of young people here. There are mentorship programs where you learn from senior and seasoned people in your areas of specialty. We have an ideation hub where you'll think and design advocacy campaigns, litigation cases, community programs that will be able to uplift lives of our people. We have a fellowship. I know some of the fellows are here. I'm one of the fellows, but I know the number of fellows. Fellows, can you wave? The fellows are there, but I know some of the fellows are online. So the fellowship is very important for us as a school because some of the fellows are now part of the faculty, some of the fellows are running the programs, but also they are leading different organizations in different countries that we're serving as an institute. We have apprenticeship programs for, again, young people where they innovate and come up with solutions. Those that missed the baraza, we had the young person who was presenting an innovative program that helped people to document and be able to track litigation cases in the world. That's part of the programs that we have in the institute. So there's a lot that will benefit beyond your academic program at the institute. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the faculty that we have here for the school. We don't have enough time to introduce each one of you, but kindly allow me to request you to stand and wave to the students and the guests. The faculty of the school. Some are unable to be with us, some are outside Uganda, but they are attending online. Thank you so much and welcome to the Institute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nsereko, for painting a very vivid picture of the School of Health Policy and Administration, but also for foreshadowing what lies in the future. Now we would like to invite Lima Kwomhanji, who is the Acting Dean of Students, to take us through what student welfare and support services will look like for you while you are with us for the courses that you've applied for. Over to you, Alima.
Thank you very much, Lenny, for that. I am also going to stand on the protocol that has already been established by our chairperson, Board of Trustees, and our Vice Chancellor. This morning, I am very excited. If I was a very emotional person, this is the point where I would be dropping a tear. But since I'm like where I come from, in our village, we are very hard. It has to take a whole village to make you cry. So I will not cry, but at a point in time, I felt like I was so close because for me, this is like a dream come true. And being part of an organization that has elements of things that you have dreamt about as a child is a privilege to me. I am also a fellow. I came to AHAKI as a fellow. And I was in advocacy capacity. Most of you know me as a coordinator for the short courses, the trainings. But as I stand here, I am standing as an acting dean of students. I was sitting next to Dr. Maria, and she looked at me. She was like, "You mean all along you are the dean of students? That's a big position." She has always seen me invite her, and she had not known that I am actually the acting dean of students. So I am very honored to be here today. First, congratulations on your admissions to Ahaki Institute. As the Vice Chancellor said, we had over 5,000 applications, and having selected you signifies your academic merit, your ability, and whatever you wrote in those applications must have been a tick for the institute that you're actually part of the pioneer students. So congratulations. And also, the fact that you're here, you are already committing that you are going to influence policy, you're going to stand up in those spaces, and you're going to transform our healthcare systems in Africa. So I am not going to say a lot of things. I am just very appreciative of how orientations have evolved over time. The first time I was at an orientation session was 21 years ago. You may start calculating my age, but please don't. So it was 21 years ago, and for us, our orientation was not like this. It was a bit scary. Scary in a way that we had our first session in the mortuary. We were taken to the mortuary, and those who fainted, some of them never continued class. And the next other orientation I had is where they were telling us that 40%, actually they told us 60% of the students do not graduate within the stipulated time frame. And they told us that pregnancy was one of the reasons why students don't graduate on time. And I remember as they were saying that, I think I was pregnant for my third child. And I was like, 60%. I started looking at these statistics and I said, I'm going to change the narrative. And I changed it. I was the best in my master's class. I also had my child while I was doing my master's. So we have changed so many things. And that's what places Ahaki, because what we do is that we are trying to change the narratives. And for us, we are not relying on the negative narratives, where when you hear, the first time I heard about Afrocentrism, most people will they begin to think maybe it is like witchcraft or something like that. But as you leave Ahaki Institute today, I want you to go understanding what the perspective of Afrocentrism is. I'm not going to talk a lot of things because I know that you're going to see my face from today until Friday, because you're going to have your face-to-face classes, and as your Dean of Students, I shall be moving around to ensure that your welfare is taken care of, to ensure that your expectations, some of them are being met. And so for today, I'm not going to talk a lot of things. I'm just letting you know that as we are a non-residential institution, but because we are non-residential, it does not mean that your accommodation does not matter. So we are here to ensure that wherever you stay, the place is safe. So for those of you that are not from Uganda, please only reside in places that Ahaki Institute has recommended, because these are the places that we think are safe for you. These are the places where we have an understanding, and we hope that you will abide by that. And then also the other thing, the fact that we are non-residential, we do not, I'm trying to say it slowly, we do not offer meals, but in the spirit of Ubuntu, like Lenny said, you know, when you get a visitor the first time, you're very nice. So and then the following day, now they become part of you and they go to hunt. So for the coming days, we have brought canteen services close to you, and we hope that you will still be able to have meals at a very affordable cost. I'm happy you're clapping. That means that you're in agreement and you're going to ensure that you don't study while you're starving, because we expect to see you on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, and on Friday. And as I know that for the PGD persons, your classes end on Thursday, but on Friday, we expect you to come in the morning. Like we mentioned, the Vice Chancellor said, when you go to IU, you will run Arabic, Islam, it's part of their DNA. So at AHAKI, Afrocentrism is part of our DNA. And would want you to leave this institute when you're certain of what we mean by Afrocentrism. So we invite you to attend the session by Dr. Luanga. It's on Friday from 8 to midday. So for the persons that are doing postgraduate diploma, some of your classes were ending on Thursday, but please ensure to be there for that. Then we also, like Professor Ben mentioned, it's not just about academics, but we also want you to be physically fit. We have our neighboring facilities where you can get gym services. Those who would like to go for gym, for sauna, and still it's at an affordable cost. So for those that are interested in the evening, when you're done with your classes and you'd want to move around, you can also reach out to the Office of the Dean of Students and we make an arrangement for you to exercise, okay? You're not clapping for that, so I don't know whether you're not happy about it. And then the other services that we talk about, of course, are support services that everybody has mentioned about, the mentorships, the fellowships. We also have the short courses. We shall have public lectures. So all these programs, they are very competitive, and we encourage you that please continuously engage with those programs. As during like semester breaks, you can join a short course. We have a famous short course on advocacy for reproductive justice, which you're going to be privileged to have because it is like a course unit of some of your courses, but then you'll have a certificate separate for it. We also have a short course on digital health. It's happening in November. So please apply for those short courses. They are just 1 week. They are skilling courses, and they will help you to know other things. We also have apprenticeship programs. We have placements, and it's good that SEHAD is close and the members are here. These are some of the organizations that we are looking at to secure placements for you to be able to practice because in class you'll have theory, but we'll expect you to go to the field. The other thing is about the norms, the values. We are normally distinguished not only by Afrocentrism, but also excellence. When you look at our curriculum were well designed by persons that have been in advocacy, that have been in litigation, that are in policy for over 20 years. And like they mentioned, we are accredited. So you're privileged to be the first cohort to undertake these accredited programs. So we also have very good support systems. As you know, you will be taking your assignments, but you'll be able to upload them on the learning management system. So we have a whole ICT department that is there to support you. So for any concern, you have been seeing emails coming from us. I'm happy that now you can place the names to the persons that have been actually interacting with you. I wish you nothing but the best at AHAKI Institute, and I hope that when you graduate, even before you graduate, you should start exercising your ability to stand in policy spaces and represent us very well. Our DNA is Afrocentrism, as I have mentioned. So when we talk about Afrocentrism, we are looking at getting these African problems and finding solutions for them by engaging African individuals and African institutions plus experts to be able to find solutions. We don't want to see an AHAKI alumni on the streets looking for employment. We want you to be creative. We want you to be innovative. We want you to champion social justice and transform the healthcare systems. Welcome to AHAKI Institute.
Wow. That was a very powerful speech from our acting Dean of Students. Thank you so much, Alima, for highlighting that student welfare is a core business of AHAKI. I think it's now the time to engage with students. We are not here for a lecture. We are here for conversation. So if you have any clarifications and questions that you would want our panel over there to respond to, now is the time. Claire will be helping me move the microphone to whoever would like to speak. But before that, we would still like to acknowledge our international students who have joined us online on Zoom and on YouTube. We have students from Zimbabwe, Malawi, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, Senegal, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, Eswatini, Zambia, Liberia, South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania, Belgium, DRC, Ghana, and Rwanda. We are happy to have you. As you can see, we have continental representation, but we also have interest from across beyond the continent. So now is the time for you to ask your questions or make any comments.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I come from an organization that works with young people that are so energetic. And in this room, we have young people. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Sevintu Patrick. I come from Straight Talk Foundation, and I'm happy to be here. My question is, when we come to inclusion, do we have any arrangement for people who are living with any disability? For example, I have someone who is dear to me. She's hard of hearing. So we are engaging students now, but I am not seeing any sign language interpreter. So do we have such arrangements for our brothers and sisters? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comment or question? While we go through our thoughts, I'll invite Alima to respond to that question. Then we'll take another round. Okay, they prefer to answer a couple at a time. So who of you has another question or comment?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Bridget Kezabu. I'll be a student for postgraduate diploma. I just wanted to confirm, are there going to be some student IDs? You said maybe as a Hachi, there are some traditional systems you may not follow. Maybe should we expect some virtual IDs or something? I just wanted to follow up on IDs.
Thank you so much. I think that question is noted. Who else would like? Sorry about that. Yes, Monica.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to know, as a postgraduate student, whether we write dissertations at the end of the 1 year. And then, do you have any do you collaborate with any universities on exchange programs?
Thank you so much, Monica, for that question. I'm sure you'll be answered. Claire, there's a gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Eno George Stevens. It's just a follow-up question to Monica's question regarding the dissertation, just to find out if there can be a top-up for an MSc in SRHR following the postgraduate diploma program. Just to follow up on Monica's question. Thank you.
It's exciting that we have ambitious students. That's a good sign. Can we take one more, then we invite the panel to respond?
Good morning. My name is Kenneth, and I'll be doing the postgraduate diploma. Mine is not a question. It is actually a vote of thanks to the administration of our Hack Institute for the consideration. We don't take our admission for granted. the fact that we are informed that we had over 5,000 applicants and we just wanted 110 out of those. Surely our being here deserves a token of appreciation to you, management. So thank you so much for our admission.
To begin with, yes, we have student IDs, and I think we have a session in the afternoon which is only meant for students. And during that session where you are registering and doing all that, I remember when you were applying, they asked you to send in your passport photos and something like that. So yes, you will have something that recognizes you as a student at a Haki Institute. Then the other one, for the persons that are doing PGD, students that do postgraduate diplomas do not do, you don't write a thesis. So what you do in your last semester, because for you have only 2 semesters. So in your final semester, you will have what we call field work. And this is where we're talking about placements. So you will be placed in an institution that does SRH work. And then at the end of it all, you'll just write a field report that is assessed, but you do not write a thesis. And then for the top up, our student from Cameroon, yes, we have a master's that when you complete your postgraduate diploma, you can now write a research report, and then we can be able to give you a master's. But that master's is called a Master's of Health Policy and Administration, but with a specialty in sexual and reproductive health. It will just take you 1 year to be able to complete. That is if you're interested in topping up to get a master's.
Thank you very much. I'll respond to the one who asked about collaborations. Yes, as Afya na Haki, we are a regional research and training institute. And what we've done, we are in partnership with many, not only learning institutions, but also organizations or partners that we work with in those different countries. So far, we are in 8 countries. If I offhead, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Senegal. So what we've done for the students who are coming in those countries, be assured that we'll work with you and we'll work with our partners to make sure that you get placements wherever you are. For the universities and other learning institutions, we are at a stage where we are making collaborations, where we are signing MOUs. So far, we are in negotiations and discussions with the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. We are in collaborations with the University of Cape Town. There's another institution in Cameroon, Biostatics, and then there's another university in Kenya called Tika University. It's based in Kisumu. So as long as we are with you, get rest assured that the placement issues, we will work along with you to make sure that wherever you are placed in the right institution to help you advance your cause. Thank you.
We are an inclusive institution. And I think Afrocentrism requires us to be inclusive. We have relevant policies on inclusion and diversity, but also we have policies on our teaching and learning and examinations that cater for people with different impairments. I know we have one of the students has an impairment, is here with us, and is following the deliberations. But I assure you that we have all relevant policies that will make your stay pleasant, even when you have any challenge. So we are here to say that we serve And during your stay here, you'll have an interface with those policies, but also the practices and systems that we put in place to see that we cater for all your needs as students. Thank you. So far in the admissions, we have only one student who has a visual impairment, and we have already had discussions with the student on how we are going to be able to deliver, even attending online. But like I said, we have very clear policies and systems that would cater for students with either hearing impairments and other impairments. We are ready to serve them. But so far, in the intake that we have, only one student that has a visual impairment is part of the classes, and we are already in touch with the student and very clear on how they are going to attend the classes, do examinations, and attend the different initiatives of the Institute. Thank you.
Please give this panel a round of applause. Some of those questions are tough and you need a sober mind to respond. Can we have another round of questions and comments? Students. Okay, I guess we will create additional space for these conversations. In case you haven't asked your question here and it pops up later, please reach out to any of the panelists and they will be able to respond. Again, let's give a round of applause to our panel as they take their seats. So we have our last panel coming up, and the earlier conversations have already highlighted our focus on an all-round student. So the next panelist is the Head of Research and Community Engagement, Nimrod Muhumuza. Please come to the stage. Nimrod Muhumuza is a lawyer and very well conversant in this area. He's an academic giant, as you will speak to him later. He has a lot of beautiful things that you would like to listen to. Sorry, I had skipped the part that there are people online and I am sure they want to speak to us. I don't know who is handling the online system. So these questions will be brought over and the panelists will have an opportunity to respond to them. Our next panelist is Brian Paul Sendaula, who is our ICT officer. This is the guy who has all the questions related, the answers to the questions related to tech and how our LMS, email system, everything online systems that are hacky, he should be able to address. Another round of applause for Brian. Kindly, who is in charge of the online system? Fatna? Okay, she has informed me that there are no questions for now, so as soon as those pop up, we should be able to address them. So finally, I would like to invite Mark Nsubuga. Please encourage Mark to come. So this is our Mr. Moneybags. He handles the finances, the scholarships, the tuition payment plans, everything that is related to the oil, which is money. Mark should be able to respond to those. Mark should be able to respond to those. So you're welcome, dear panelists. Nimrod, please start us off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lenny. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, our dear students and candidates. We are very, very, very pleased to have you, to welcome you to Uganda, to welcome you to Nakwero, and for those online, to welcome you to the Institute. As I've mentioned, I am Nimrod Muhumuza. I am also an acting head of research and community engagement. Just like my brother Ibrahim, I also started out as a fellow. So I joined from the lowest step of the ladder to be here. So allow me to start on the protocol that has been established. I'll be brief. We don't want to, there'll be a lot of time for lectures. We don't want to, not bore you, but we don't want to give you so much at this point. As the earlier speakers have mentioned, you're joining us at a very, very crucial and defining. Yes, as I was mentioning, that you're joining us at a very defining moment. And every previous speaker has mentioned the need for us to be practical. And so the programs that we are going to be looking at are designed not just to give you knowledge, but to prepare you to apply that knowledge in all your various areas, whether it's in clinics, whether it's in the communities, in the policy spaces, in the courtrooms, anywhere and everywhere that you're currently working. And so as research and community engagement, our role is to ensure that your journey here bridges that theory to practical gap. We do not want you to live just with theoretical knowledge. So your journey here will primarily be one of learning, but we will also ask you to unlearn some of the things that you have earlier learned and take on new knowledge. So learn, unlearn, and relearn. Of course, the learning will be about gaining the new concepts, tools, and evidence. The unlearning will be about questioning outdated ideas and assumptions, including those that are inherited from outside our context. Professor Mulumba mentioned, how we refer to angels in our local languages. But for purposes of this course, for purposes of SRH, and for those of you that I will be having an engagement with on Wednesday, one of the things that I will ask you to reflect on will be, how do we vernacularize the topic? How do we make sure that we stop speaking to ourselves in these spaces, that we speak a language that resonates with the communities in which we are going to be serving. And so the third will be about relearning, and that will be adopting approaches that are adapted, that are relevant to African realities, and that are proven to work in our communities. And so the classroom for us is just the beginning. It is not the destination in and of itself. It is about how we shall be employing, or how we shall be utilizing what we've gained in our communities. And as you know, the space of sexual and reproductive health is central, very important to the dignity, equality, and sustainable development of the continent. Uganda is the second youngest nation in the world by age, and that's because people are engaging in sexual and reproductive health matters. But we are also still dealing with issues to do with high maternal mortality, limited access to comprehensive sexuality education, discrimination in healthcare settings. So the question is going to be, how do we, as part of the pioneer class, how do you make sure that you take the knowledge and the practical aspects that you will pick, whether it's in the 3 years of the bachelor's program or the 1 year of the postgraduate program, to address those issues? And so your role as students will be, you'll be required to look at information, analyze the intersection of health, law, policy, and ethics. So much as Yes, I'm a lawyer, even though I don't identify as one. Yes, you forgive us. Those are teething problems, eh? But also, again, the context and the location in which we are. So, as students, looking at issues of sexual and reproductive health that are at the intersection of law, health, policy, and ethics through an African lens. 2, adapt global evidence for local application. As I mentioned, for us, the issue of relevance to the community is very, very important. And then 3, we're also going to be enhancing your capacities to walk into these policy spaces, to build leadership skills for change in African settings. So at every lecture, at every discussion, whether even if it's a project for dissertation, you will ask, we will request you to ask yourselves, how does this work in our community? And how can it make a real difference? I would just like to highlight a couple of things, 2 things that are important in the research and community engagement department. We have a journal. We launched a journal, the Haki Journal for Health and Social Justice, which is our platform for publishing African SRH research. And so we shall be inviting you students to publish your findings in that journal to enable your work reach beyond the classroom and into the hands of decision makers and policy makers, but also to have intellectual discussions with other entities, with other individuals beyond here. So we will be requesting, in some cases, maybe even requiring you to publish some of your work before you graduate. Usually it's a requirement for postgraduate. But we also have, as was mentioned earlier, a research ethics committee. And the chairperson of the research ethics committee is here. And this will be responsible for ensuring the dignity, rights, and trust of your research, but also to protect the community members you will be interacting with. So this will, both those entities, the journal and the research ethics committee, will ensure that the research that you do here is credible, it is ethical, and it is impactful, serving both to generate a body of knowledge, but again, ensuring that it is relevant for the communities. So for me, my request here is to ensure that in everything that you do, you always remember to connect the theory to practice. Ensure that your work, that our work is relevant and respectful to the African needs, that it is Afrocentric, and ensure that you are able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. One of the things that we are going to do, particularly as research and community engagement, is to challenge, to make sure that you displace and question concepts that you have learned earlier around this topic. And that will make sure that your ideas remain current, responsive, and effective. And then make sure that your success is not measured just in the number of years you're with us, but is measured in the is measured by the difference you make in the communities. Thank you once again for giving us the privilege to engage with you, to interact with you on this important journey. And I will be looking forward to engaging with you deeply over the course of the programs.
Another round of applause for Nimrod. Thank you. So as you've heard, we need to ensure that we have a healthy relationship with the community. We learn from them, but we also don't victimize them. They should be able to benefit from us and our experiences. Now I'd like to call Mark to the stand. You're welcome, Mark.
Good afternoon to all of you. Yeah, with all due protocols observed, I welcome you to the Students Orientation Day and event. Once again, my name is Mark Arthur Nsubuga. I'm the Acting Institute BASA or Finance Controller to that effect. We want to welcome all of you, our students, our dear students, and we want to thank you for choosing AHAC Institute. We don't take it for granted that you've chosen to be part of us, and we want to make sure that the payment process and your time here with us is as seamless as possible. So my task this afternoon is to run through the payment process. Yeah, so I'm going to run through the process, the financial management process, and how we expect the students to be able to make payments, to be able to see their statements, and to be able to ensure that they keep track of the payments that they've made and the balances that they have. Okay. So for starters, all the students who are not sponsored are required, of course, to pay tuition fees. This is to ensure every student has quality education and to ensure that all the services they receive are quality and in the long run getting value for money. The governing council came up with a school fees structure, and this has been attached to the admission letters of each of the students. And we are expected as students to make sure we abide with the structure that has been given. We are very much aware that some of the students have full scholarship, and this full scholarship covers both the tuition and the functional fees, and but it does not cover other aspects that may come along the way. We want to inform you that we have a standard structure, but from time to time it may change, and this is upon approval by the governing council. And we shall make sure this is communicated to every student through the student circulars, through the email, and our official institute email. We allow installments of payment of the tuition. We expect that the fees have to be paid at the start of the year, at least the 40% payment when the semester starts has to be made by every student. And then the other installments that we came up with, we have the 30% installment before the courseworks begin. And then we have the final 30% installment that needs to be paid before the exams In other words, what we are trying to say is that every student has to make sure that before the exams start, the tuition fees balance has been cleared to avoid any inconvenience. We have a student portal, and this student portal clearly shows the student's statement, which shows the balance, the running balance. Every time you pay, it reduces the balance, and the final balance before you make a final payment is clearly indicated. And so with the support of the ICT, they will be able to support you to log into the students portal and to sign up, and you'll be able to find this information. We as the finance department, we can also access the portal on our end. So we'll be able to track the students' outstanding balances, and we'll be able to notify every student. We have different modes of payments to make sure there is convenience for everyone. We have bank transfers. We have a dollar account and UGX account in Standard Chartered Bank. We have mobile money merchant codes that you can use. Then we have a visa system that has been set up. So in case students want to make payments, they can use Visa, and it is very fast and reliable. For our international students in specific countries such as Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, South Africa, Mozambique, we have a Mukuru funds transfer system that some of the students have been using. So this will continue using to make sure the money is received on time. Our policy requires that we don't accept cash or personal checks or institutional checks from your different organizations. This is to avoid the risks that come with handling cash. So we encourage our students to use the platforms that have been provided. Those are our bank accounts that we have. We have the Standard Chartered account in UGX and in dollar. And it is a requirement that international students use make payments in USD as a policy. Those are our mobile money payment platforms, and the merchant codes as shown on the screen. And we have also this information on our website, and it is clearly indicated in the admission letters that was provided to each one of you. I'd like to inform each one of the students that we are required to pay an annual fee of 20,000 shillings, Uganda shillings, to the National Council of Higher Education. This is a regulatory body that is the regulator of higher education in Uganda. Both international students and local or national students are required to make this payment, and we shall share the link as shown on the screen to make sure that the process is as seamless as possible. And this is a requirement for both students who are on full scholarship or partial scholarship. They have each one of you, whether you're on full scholarship or partial, you have to make this payment. And it is a legal requirement by the National Council of Higher Education. Finally, what I want to inform is students that if you need the proof of payment in terms of a receipt, you need to share with us the proof, either bank slip or mobile money message. in order for us to share with you the receipt. And once again, it shouldn't be a cash payment, as clearly you can see that it is risky to handle cash. Yeah, with that, I'd like to thank you, and shall be looking forward to any questions in case you have any inquiries from us. And we are willing to support you as much as possible through our institute administrators who have been receiving complaints and inquiries through the different people, the administrators that we work with. And we've tried as much as possible to support you, and would like to pledge that we are still going to continue supporting you as much as possible. Once again, I'd like to welcome you for choosing AHAKI Institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Matters of finances require due diligence, so I suggest you make this office your friend, so that you don't become a victim of fraud and Yahoo boys, like we like to call it in Nigeria. As Brian comes on stage, I hope his presentation is being projected. You're welcome, Brian, to speak about the ICT services of AHAKI.
Thank you, Lenny. Distinguished guests, the faculty, governing council, our pioneer students, you are most welcome to AHAKI Institute. Brian Sendaula is my name, and I will take us briefly through the ICT infrastructure that we have in place to support our learning experience. You can load it up. So we have a website, and I think it is correct to assume that 90% of us have already interacted with our website, ahakiinstitute.ac. That is where we have most of our content, most of our communications that are public. They are through that channel. We have the website, and internally we have a couple of systems. We have an e-learning system, we have a library management system, we have a student portal, we have an admissions portal, we also have an applications portal. I am aware that initially we had applications coming through our website. We had a dedicated page for that, but as we kept improving our infrastructure, we moved ahead and had a separate portal just for that. It is applications at ahakiinstitute.ac. The presentation is failing, but I will move ahead. Most of us have already received emails, particularly the students. I am certain you've received a couple of emails from us, welcome emails, those that have registration details, how you can log into the different platforms. That has all been clearly stipulated in the emails that we have been sharing through the system. So with the learning management system, it is at elearning.ahakiinstitute.ac. I know this is intended to be a practical session, but I will just touch a bit here and here, but we have already set up in the lecture rooms a practical session, so feel free to pass by. The team will be there to support and have a demonstration on how we can access the different platforms. But here I will just go over the different systems that are in place. So with the e-learning, that is where all the classes will be conducted. It is already integrated with Zoom. I know most of us are familiar with using Zoom for large meetings and classes. So it is already integrated. All the course material will be uploaded to the learning management system. So if you have slides from your teachers, the lecturers, they will be already available on the platform. All that you need is a simple login which is already tied to, you have one single login that is tied to the different systems, so you will not have to struggle much with recalling passwords here and there. So on the e-learning system, you can also track your grades. You can see your progress as you move through the different course modules and, again, the entire course. This has already been integrated with the student portal. It is, when you go to the student portal, that is studentportal.ahakiinstitute.ac. Again, you don't need to stress writing down. These have been shared through your emails, and there are going to be practical sessions that after this. So with the student portal, it is already integrated with finance, like Mark said. So you'll be in position, once you log in, you'll be able to see that, oh, this is how far I've come. There are reminders on payments, there are notifications on things like graduation, all the major events that you need to be aware of. And again, you can track your learning experience at a much more comprehensive level. There are charts, there are graphs, you can have interactions with your lecturers, you can send direct messages, and you have a copy of all the interactions you had with the lecturer. So in the event that you need that to come in handy, that you've maybe been trying to reach out to a lecturer and maybe perhaps they've not given you the support that you require. Moving on, the library information system. It is not just a place where you can access resources for your learning, but it is already integrated with the website, with the student portal, and the e-learning. So it is a central system that keeps moving you back and forth through the different subsystems. So with the library, we shall have a practical session on that as well, because it's pretty exhaustive. But you can access it at library.ahakiinstitute.ac. Same logins that probably if you changed your password upon receipt of the first emails, you need to recall that. But the moment you are signed into Google Chrome, because we are using Google for our emails, so once you're signed in to Google Chrome, if you load up any system, there's a button for sign in with Ahaki email, so it will pretty much be straightforward. The other systems that I can speak about, maybe when it comes to the student emails, that will be the central place for all official communications. There are communications that will be on the e-learning. Maybe a lecturer uploads something fresh, there are notifications and that you'll get, and then you'll know maybe there's something happening. A lecturer can quickly send a message that I'm going to be 5 minutes late, something like that. But for any official communication, it will definitely be through your email. So there are policies in place that will guide how we interact with the different systems, and we shall have several sessions that keep you in remembrance of all these different things, the do's, the don'ts, best practices, and all the procedures that you need to be mindful of while at the institute. I will speak also about internet access. EduRoam will be available for students. I know some of us are familiar with EduRoam, so you have a bunch of resources available for you, even beyond just Ahaki Institute. You'll be connected to research institutes around the globe using that EduRoam login. I think I left that out with the library system. There are physical books in the library, but beyond that, we have e-resources. There's a link on the website, and within the library information system, there's a provision for that. Some of them will be free, some of them will need subscription, but Ahaki has handled the subscriptions. so you need not worry about that. Maybe lastly, I'll speak about the support. The emails that you've received have maybe contacts at the end. So the IT team will be ready to support you. We already have some tutorials on the different platforms on how to maybe do a few things on your own without necessarily having to engage someone. But overall, the IT team is ready to support, and the emails will continuously be shared on how to engage with us and how to reach us for support. So once again, you are very, very welcome to Ahaki Institute, and our commitment is to give you the best when it comes to ICT support and any other infrastructure that requires innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brian, for providing evidence that we are ready to adopt and use a hybrid model of both physical and online services for you, our dear students. I'd like to acknowledge a couple of students who are online. We have David Arom, we have Selma, we have Chilinda, Chizinja, Lydia, Awa, Bridget, among others. Please make use of the chat in case you have any comments that you would want to highlight here in this convening. But if you also want to show your video and ask the question directly, please make that known and we will give you the opportunity. You're part of this convening as much as everyone that is here physically, so we would like to hear from you as well. So while we wait for the comments and questions from our online participants, we would like again to open this up to our plenary. If there is anything that you haven't understood or anything that hasn't been touched on right now and you want clarity on that, please raise your hand and the beautiful Claire will also present to you a microphone and you'll be able to speak to us. Also, Fatna informs me that there's a hand online. Kindly unmute and ask your question or make your comment.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Sorry, I miss have to hide my face here. The network is a bit not too stable here in Nigeria. David Arome is my name. Thank you very much for this insightful session and orientation, and kudos to the school management. Please, my question is to the finance. I just want to ask him, are there any alternative beyond the bank transfer, beyond using the bank transfer for payments, especially for international students? Because I had this issue because I was interacting with one of the staff on WhatsApp. I had this issue in the course of trying to make payment for the application fee. It was a bit challenging here because the charges through the bank transfer is like hell in Nigeria. I mean the USD. Just for $30, they are charging me over $40. That is like put together is like something dollars. So it was like a bit so high. But I tried navigating, chatting with a staff from Ahaki, though eventually I used is it Momo ATM something, so I was able to do. But my question is, are there no other alternatives? Because some of those using online platform like PayPal and all of that to make it more easier for international students to make such payments that has a little kind of less charges compared to going to the bank. The bank transfer is really, really high here in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, and we're sorry you're experiencing that challenge, but MacArthur should be able to respond to you. Can we have other people who would like to ask questions or make comments?
Any?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Denise Teta from Rwanda. I just wanted to, first of all, apologies, we're a bit late, so if this was handled by the previous panel, apologies for that. I just wanted to touch on the issue of attendance. I'm on the postgraduate program, and because we're combining it with work, sometimes we work on field, and there might be a little of a conflicting of responsibilities. So in the past programs that I've done for postgraduate, there's been like a limit, or rather like a percentage you have to meet every semester, or rather every course. So I wanted to ask, this is not to excuse absence in class, just so we're just clear on the requirements that are expected of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tata. I think Alima or Chris will be able to respond to that question. Anyone else? We have Monica here.
Thank you. Mine is to Brian. I would like to appreciate everything, and also recommend that maybe in your department you consider putting us in a platform like a WhatsApp group where it helps us to put things together and also follow up. Thank you. Then the finance, my request is that kindly put out the schedules or anything that deals with payment that maybe needs us. For example, you made mention about 20,000. Apart from that, is there another payment that should come on board? I request that you put them down. And when is the expiry date, something like that, so that it helps us to plan accordingly. And then to my community person, trust me, I'm going to be on your neck, because I have a CBO, a community-based organization that targets the teenagers, the widows, and the women. So you're going to be my very good friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister from South Sudan. Those are the kinds of threats that we like to hear.
Okay, thank you very much. My question goes to the finance team. Are we able to make mobile money payments, especially when your SIM card is not registered in your names? Will you be able to track this kind of payments? And then I have another question on research. How flexible enough are you to embrace some of us with unique research backgrounds? For instance, I'm an ethnographic researcher, and this kind of research design is not very common, and also not very maybe appreciated. So how accommodative are you of such backgrounds? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica. I think the team has also taken note of that. We have a question in the chat by Selma. Selma says, how will the online registration be conducted for us that are online this afternoon? How will we go about this? So I guess that question is addressed to Brian. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Diana Apio from Kenya, and my question is to the IT department. Being a 70% online study model, it's very easy for you to imagine that you are running at par with the rest of the class. As the IT department, how are we going to have like a monthly baraza or meeting online just to make sure that I am at par with everybody? If I'm having any challenges, where do I run to? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you so much, Diane. I see a question down there.
Thank you so much. My name is Nagodio Asmaila. I am just inquiring about the program because we appreciate it's going to be 30% online, and it is 30% physical and 70% online. So my question is the program already been designed, or we shall be getting the information as we come for the lectures? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nagodio. I think let's take that, then, okay, 2 more hands, then we'll have the panel respond.
Mine is not a question, but a point of appreciation, maybe if I may call it. The first call I got from here that I had been admitted, the person told me that we're going to have classes from tomorrow up to 22nd. I was like, 22nd for 2 weeks physical classes, I might not be able to do it. And I appreciate that later on I was able to get an email where the classes are going to be face-to-face for 1 week. And I felt like maybe they listened to some of us who had concerns in that regard. So mine is thank you to the management.
Thank you for that testimony. But we also have a department that is dealing with student welfare. Whenever you get an issue, please reach out to them. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Waswa Edwin Mugera. My question is, what are the criteria in case I'm interested in changing the program to another program? Yes. Yes, I may want to do bachelor's or postgraduate. What are criteria or the right person to go to? Thank you.
Thank you, Waswa. Your colleagues should not scare you. This is a safe space. You can ask any question and we will respond to it. So now let me turn over to the panel. Mark, I think you can start. It seems you had more of the questions. Then you can pass it.
Thank you very much. The first question was regarding alternative modes of payment for international students. One of the alternatives that we have is we have Visa. I think Visa is recognized, internationally, and it is easy to use, and we can provide support as possible to make sure this is done. Secondly, we have liaison offices in Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and we are working with these offices to make sure we are able to get these payments. Then we are also planning to open up local bank accounts in some of these countries like Nigeria and Malawi, where Forex is a big issue, Forex transfer. The second question was regarding whether there are other fees other than the ones which are listed on our website. For now, we don't have any other fees. We have the tuition, the functional fees, and of course, the payment to National Council of Higher Education. And in case there are other fees that come up, we'll promptly communicate on our website, on the WhatsApp groups for the students, and even on the student portal to make sure there is open communication. And thirdly, there was a question regarding tracking payments on Momo in case one is making a payment but is not registered in the names of the student. The line is not registered in the names of the student. That one can also be done. All we need from the student is to share with us the proof of payment, and then we can be to track because we have a platform that MTN provided us where we can track other than on the phone, but on our computers. So it is okay to use Momo or Airtel to make payments, and we easily receive the notifications and on our platform that we have. I think those are the questions. Maybe I hand over to Brian.
Okay, thank you for the questions. There's one concerning the creation of a WhatsApp group. Together with the student liaison, we thought it better to allow students to have a bit of flexibility on doing certain things. So that one, we left it to the students. When perhaps you elect a representative for the guild, maybe the president, then they can go ahead and create a WhatsApp group for better coordination. We did not want to have that responsibility as the institute. I think this came from a team. Within the platform, all the teachers / lecturers are in position to track the progress of individual students. So in the event that a teacher realizes there's a student that is falling behind schedule or behind different modules, you move on to the next module and there's a student perhaps that is still lagging behind, that is the responsibility of the lecturer to reach out and make sure all students are moving at the same pace. So there's a serious concern on not leaving anyone behind when it comes to progress. Then I think Selma asked a question on how the online registration will be conducted. I think if it is not yet there, it should be there shortly. It is there. Okay, Mark has confirmed. There's already a form that has been shared for students to have their details in. And then also, if you realize the Zoom was by invite, so we're already collecting those details, but it is nothing to worry about. All student attendance is being tracked. I think, yes, I think those were the questions in regards to ICT. Thank you.
Thank you. Some questions I think will be answered by the academic registrar and the dean of students. The question on attendance, and of course we would want you to attend 100%, and it is for that reason that we have designed the programs to be as flexible as is, you know, as is necessary. Yeah, on the issue of flexibility with regards to the different research models, I think this was asked by Monica, we very much welcome all the different research methodologies that you have. What we do not want to do is to create a scenario where, to create a system that is exclusionary, you know, a system that says, because this research is not recognized, say, by this journal, by this, we don't want that. We want a research process that speaks to African realities as much as possible, and so it's a different kind of inclusion. It's a different kind of inclusiveness that we're going to be preaching and doing at AHAKI. I think again, Nagodio Asmaila's question on the courses being designed, I think maybe answered best by Alima, the Dean of Students, but yes, we do have course outlines, we do have schedules, and even in the system will be able to track both the lecturer and the student. So it will not be enough for me to come and say you're not attending. You'll also be able to see that, you also be able to see whether I am teaching and whether I am on schedule with the shared course outline. I think at this juncture, I would like to invite Alima and Chris to take on some of the questions.
Thank you so much. Please clap for the panel. So Alima, you have a couple of questions. The percentage required for study, about student WhatsApp groups. I think Brian already spoke to this. Change of programs. An online participant is asking, how will online exams be conducted?
Thank you very much. I would like to start on, as much as would like you to attend classes 100%, we acknowledge that there are uncertainties, things that we cannot plan for, like death, like sickness. So the required percentage for you to be able to undertake your final exam is at least attend classes 75%. So that means that if you're going to miss because you have a wedding, you have a patient, you have, at least you must have attended 75% because we acknowledge those uncertainties. And then the other one is that since most of our students are not from Uganda, we are catering for diversity. Our exams shall be online. But in the event that we have Ugandans that are here and would want to come and take the online exam, but still at AHAKI premises, because we have a computer lab and we can be able to support you to do, especially like people who are doing bachelors, then you are able to do what? To come and sit an online exam, but you're sitting that exam at AHAKI premises for the technological support if you need it. And then the other question was about the schedules. So the timetables that we shared with you were for the face-to-face. Those are your classes that are happening from tomorrow until Friday. But before you leave on Friday, you're going to get now the online timetables that are going to cater for your online learning. And we looked at your CV, and most, I think 95% of people that are going to study, they are in employment already. So the classes are scheduled out of your work hours. So the online classes will be from 6 p.m. to 8. And you can be able to join online. And then that is East African time. So yes, so that is the time that we expect you to be having your classes online. And like we mentioned, if you are not able to attend a class, it's just a matter of communicating in time. Let your lecturers know, let your deans know that you're not going to be able, but don't just miss, and then we just speculate that you're absent. So when you communicate on time, we have a way how we capture that. It may not be captured as an absence, okay? So I don't know the other thing that I was supposed to talk about. I also wanted to add on to what Nimrod mentioned in terms of research. Somebody said they are more inclined in ethnographic studies and all that. We have a course unit called Advocacy Research Methods. And as much as we understand that we have different ontological stances and there are different epistemologies in the way we actually do our research, we cannot be inclined to teaching only one method. So we are teaching everything around research, and depending on the type of research that you're going to do, if it needs a different kind of method, then you can be able to. But for you, you must know everything about research. So that's what I will add on to that. I don't know if I've left anything. The other things have all been answered. Oh, the change of program. Somebody mentioned that if they want to change, okay. Now, like, for example, we are having a course coming, a bachelor's in health and social justice. Let's say you have been given a scholarship to do bachelor's in sexual and reproductive health. And then our program for health and social justice gets accredited. If you can afford to pay for yourself, you will give up the scholarship and you apply. Because the scholarship that you have is not for a bachelor's in health and social justice, it is a bachelor's for sexual and reproductive health. But in the event that we have another program that gets accredited and you're interested and you're able to pay, we cannot stop you from paying if you meet the criteria for admission. So you are allowed to change program, that is if you meet, but if you have no science background, there are certain programs that you can't cross over, like you can't say now I'm going to do bachelor's in nursing and you didn't do biology at A level. So yes. There are requirements for each program. If you meet those requirements, we can't fail to admit you, neither can we fail to make you cross over. Thank you.
Can we clap for the Dean of Students? I think she has been very clear, and if you still have questions, she's on site. You can reach out to her and every other person. Yes, I think Mr. Seriko also wants to respond to a couple of questions.
Not questions, but someone was inquiring how they can be supported as they do their studies. I don't know at what point you are going to elect your class leaders, but I know how will be coordinating your classes as students. And also we have student coordinators at the school, so they'll be helping to coordinate you. And in case you have any inquiries beyond those, the designated office, the office of the academic registrar is open, the office of the dean of the school is open, the dean of students is available, and other teams that will be meeting throughout during your orientation week and studies. So we are available to ensure that you have smooth learning experience. But for change of programs, entry requirements are critical. If you have no bachelor's degree, you can't go for a PGD. So entry requirements are critical for us in case you want to change the program. And you can present this at the time of registration. But so far, I'd like to remind you to have two programs in the school for now. We have a bachelor's and a PGD program. So you may not ask for the others which are still due for accreditation. So let's focus on the two. And in case you want to change, kindly submit your request at time of registration. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to respond to the question online about online registration. Today we are going to do our registration for us who are here, and I hope you've come with all your certified documents because that's where we are going to start from. And for those that are online, make sure you have regulatory bodies in your respective countries and also these universities. Make sure that they send us an email to confirm that these are your original documents for us to proceed with the registration at the institute. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Lenny, I didn't want to come in, but I wouldn't like us to leave that question from the students about ethnographic approaches. You see, in research, the Eurocentric view has been that you go to the field, you have an interview guide, you interview people, you have a study population, a sample size, you go there, you interview them, using an interview guide, the question there, or a questionnaire for surveys, focus group discussions. Now in Afrocentrism, we are saying, why can't the grassroots people frame their methodology that we researchers are going to use? And ethnography becomes critical. If, for example, you live in communities and you find out what they need around the problem that they have identified, the questions come from them. And as you research from there, you develop the hypothesis with them. I hope you get what I mean. So those are things we need. Innovative, noble methodologies that we can use that depart from the ones we are used to. As if we take these people who are in rural areas, because they have not seen the blackboard or white or the other board, and we think that they are ignorant. Uneducated in open close quote does not mean ignorant. They are depositories of knowledge which has been passed on to them from one generation to the next. So we need to devise methodologies that recognize the agency of these people at the grassroots. So ethnography becomes critical. Thank you.
I think we've already commenced our lectures. With Professor Ben in the room, it's difficult for you to leave without learning a thing or two, and definitely he highlights the question of African agency. There's a lot that we can learn from the African way of doing, and I think that's the essence of Afya na Haki, and we need to pronounce these as well. I'd like to thank my panel. I know there might be questions, but our time is fast spent. Please reserve those for in-person conversations with the people that are represented here. Mark, Brian, Nimrod, thank you for responding. And we hope that you will be open to answering more questions. Please give them a round of applause as they take their seats.
Let's also give a round of applause to the MC, Lenny, Shalon, Pamela. I think she has led us well thus far. Let's give her another round of applause, please. I also want to thank all our previous panelists for that very important information you've been sharing and disseminating to our dear students who are here with us today. Once again, we want to recognize all our online students for creating that time to be part of this orientation. But also, we don't take for granted the students that came physically from Tanzania, from Cameroon, from Kenya, from Rwanda. We have a team from Rwanda, Denise and Diana, who arrived this morning. Please stand up for recognition. The students from our partner organization, HDI, based in Rwanda. So also we have a student from South Sudan. We want to thank you also for joining us to be here physically. As we wind up for today's program, I see people are already looking at their wristwatches to check with the time, but also think that people are also thinking about some sugar levels. So we want to get to an official closer of the official business here, and then we'll be getting into other business that is beyond this venue we are in now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to join me welcome Professor Joshua Dambisya. He's the former Director General for East Central and Southern Africa Health Community. He has led that fraternity and intergovernmental body for the last decade, but also is our chair for the Research Ethics Committee. He's going to be closing for us officially, and then we'll get into other business. Thank you for enduring with us. You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Abraham. The Vice Chancellor, the Chair of the Board of Trustees, members of the board, senior management of our Haki Institute, our guests of honor today, the students, the pioneer students of the Institute, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to take this opportunity to congratulate first the Board of Trustees for buying into the vision of the Institute. Secondly, to Professor Moses Mulumba and his senior team for thinking big. Thank you very much for thinking big and ensuring that the big dreams you espouse see the light of day. I wish at the same time to congratulate the pioneer students for taking on this very unique role. However big the institution grows, there will be no cohort that will supersede you because you've taken pole position and you'll maintain it to the end of the times. The journey has started on a good note, and it is very good. It's very encouraging to see that you're already very interactive with the presenters. You are raising questions, some of which you could see the senior staff were thinking about how to answer. They didn't have all the answers already, but they are thinking through them. So keep challenging us as part of the team delivering these programs to you. My role will be to support you in the research enterprise. And if we forget everything else we need to do about research, let's ensure that whatever we do has at its base integrity. If you approach the research enterprise with integrity, the rest of the pieces fall into place, because you do not want to be dishonored if it is found that what you presented as stellar work was, after all, a forgery or a made-up story that didn't exist. And with those many words, as has been requested of me, it is my singular honor and pleasure to declare the orientation of the pioneer cohort of students of Ahaki Institute officially closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those words of wisdom. Please, another round of applause for Professor Ndambisa. Okay, so while the orientation is officially closed here, just note that don't be worried. The next 2 weeks, as you interact with the faculty, with the Ahaki Institute administrators, you'll be able to familiarize with more about the Institute, but also with the different programs that you're going to be taking on. So as we close, I want to invite Sarah, Josh, Katia, Seth from SEHAD. Kindly come closer. Let's welcome them. I'll tell you the reason why. Those who have been worried that why are we having only people with gray hair in front speaking here, we have very many young people here at the Institute who are supporting different spheres of work. Josh is a fellow from Zimbabwe. You can wave to the team. He just joined us in our fellowship program, but also Sarah supporting in administrative work, Katia part of our regionalism engagements. Seth, we want to welcome you also here. Seth from SEHAD. So the ladies and gentlemen you're seeing here, especially for our dear students, they are going to enable you familiarize with the different institutions we have in this neighborhood. They are going to make you have a tour. You've been in to see us on the photos running on the website. So the team here is going to take the honor of having you tour around. They take you to the Afya na Haki, the main organization, the civil society organization, the institute, but also to our sister organization, the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. So when we leave this tent, our dear student, don't look for any other face, but these main faces. And then other interactions with the faculty and the administrators will be continuing in the afternoon. So please, you can take back your seats. Please look for them, see the colors they are putting on so that they don't disappear from you. And then we'll also be able to have lunch, of course, after here. But the students, we want to encourage you to first take that tour and familiarize with yourself where you're going to be studying from, where you're going to be doing your practicums and community engagements from, and then you'll be joining us back here for lunch for all the students that we have here today. Before we depart, been informed, it is good to have a memory of this day. So we'll have a group photo of this day so that we can remember. I want to invite members of the Board of Trustees, the Governing Council members, the Research Ethics Committee, the SEHAD management team which is here, and the faculty. You'll be joining us at Ahaki Terrace for lunch. I'm sure the people I've mentioned are familiar with the Ahaki Terrace. It is within the building, the main Ahaki Institute. So I want to request the teams in charge of our group photo, please to let us have that group photo. And on that note, I also want to inform us that students, please don't disappear after lunch. We are going to continue the registration process, which will be taking place at the Haki Institute Administration block. You're going to have a tour there, and our colleagues will be supporting you also to take you through our different systems to appreciate what you're going to be interacting with. I want to thank us all for being here with us since morning and for enduring the different speeches that have been shared here. I believe that we've picked and learned a lot that is going to shape our journey for the next academic careers we've embarked on. And we look forward to celebrating you, our students, on our first graduation. Ibrahim mentioned very clear, we don't want any dropouts. You start 100 and you graduate 40. At Haki Institute, we want to start the journey together and graduate together. So we look forward to hosting you here at the first graduation of the Haki Institute. I want to invite us here for our group photo, and then we head for the tour and the lunch. Thank you very much. It's been your MC, Muhomza and Lenny. Thank you for enduring with us all the time since morning. Feel free to come to the front, please, for the photo. Our students, again, our lunch will be here, so please don't miss the lunch. And I don't have coupons, but I know you'll be here for lunch. Thank you. Please join us here for the photo. This photo is for all of us who are here. This photo is for all of us, so please step up.
The ones that are comfortable to sit here, please take up this space as well.
So, our dear students, let's head for the tour. And then after the tour, you'll be joining us back here for lunch. Again, I want to request our dear members of the board to move